I'm going to start with blessing the mala. And by doing this, it increases the power of the mantras recited by sextillion times. And this is from Lama Zopa Rinpoche's daily practice on the method of transforming suffering life into happiness. There are these amazing mantras that multiply everything by these huge numbers. And since I'm pretty lazy, I love to do them. So the way it's done is you say the mantra 7 times, and the mantra is Om Rut Sira Mani Pravartaya Hum, and then you blow on the mala and rub it between your hands. So Om Rut Sira Mani Pravartaya Hum, 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 Om Rut Sira Mani Pravartaya Hum. And then we can do the same thing with the mantra to increase the power of the recitation, which is Thangtong Dare Dare Ben Dare Soha. 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 And you don't have to blow that on your mala. And so the practice is the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. And this is an incredibly potent practice for stopping contagious diseases, pandemics, and so forth. And there's an amazing little story in the colophon about the author of the prayer, Thangtong Gyalpo, and how he spontaneously created it to address a terrible illness that was wiping out a monastery, and nothing conventional helped, but this prayer ended the pandemic. So due to Lama Zopa Rinpoche's kind advice, we know that this is making a difference. Even if we can't see karmically what's happening, we can have confidence in the power of our compassion and the power of the Buddhas and the power of Thangtong Gyalpo, that it's planting these amazing seeds, positive seeds, that's creating this merit, which is this strong spiritual energy that will increase and multiply. And so as we say this, so many Sangha members saying this every Saturday, so many of the FPMT family joining us and saying it with us, everyone sending that energy out there is definitely making a positive impact. And we want to set our motivation that we're doing this not just for our own small world. So, you know, I'm selfishly motivated because my little world, which is Kopan's nunnery, has been pretty dramatically affected by COVID lately, as well as the country that I'm in, Nepal, and its neighbor, India, are in. So many people are just desperately suffering at the moment. But then I can also relate to, as an American, what's happened in the US and all the ups and downs there. But then I have friends in many countries and what's happening in their countries. And we keep expanding and thinking about, well, you know, and they have friends and they have friends. And really, this is an international community. We're all interconnected. We're all being affected by this. Even the animals, you know, in tourist areas where there are no tourists, the animals are going hungry. People who lose their homes then can't afford to keep their pets. So many ways that this affects everyone. And so we say this prayer that all their suffering, not only from COVID, but also all mental and physical suffering of all sentient beings, may we be liberated as quickly as possible. And we say the motivation in the prayer 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And if you're unfamiliar with the practice or find it helpful to have a visual representation, Lama Zopa Rinpoche does recommend that you can just look at the image of Thangtong Gyalpo that's in the booklet, this beautiful color photograph of a Thangka of this great yogi. Or you can use a visualization of Chenrezig or Avalokiteshvara, since this prayer is based on the power of this precious compassion Buddha, Avalokiteshvara. And imagine this blissful white presence, white light body, sending out healing light rays that enter the crown of all sentient beings, immediately curing them of all negativities of body, speech, and mind, all the ripening of the suffering from past karma, and especially that of COVID. As we say the compassion mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani padme hum. 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 Om m pay me, oh money pay me, oh money pay me, oh money pay me, oh money pay me. Oh money pay me, 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 money pay me, oh money pay me, oh money pay me, oh money pay me, Money pay me, money pay me, pay me, money 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 pay me. Oh, money pay me, 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 oh, money pay me, money pay me, money pay me, money pay me, money oh, money pay me, money pay me, money pay me, oh, money pay me, money pay me, money pay me, money pay me, money oh, money pay me, money pay me, pay me, money 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 pay me. Oh, money pay me, 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 oh, money pay me, 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 oh, money pay me, money pay me, money pay me, money pay me. Pay me money, 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 pay me money. Oh, money paid me home. And so, still holding the visualization that Avalokiteshvara is sending down these blissful, healing light rays into the crowns of all sentient beings, purifying every trace of COVID, as well as healing all sufferings of body and mind. As we recite the actual prayer, and we'll do this 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so visualize that due to the blessings of the Guru Buddha, Avalokiteshvara, all sentient beings are now completely purified, bodies filled with light. And then Guru Avalokiteshvara is so pleased and comes to the crown of your head, facing forward, dissolves into light, enters into your crown, and merges completely with you, so that you, the Guru, and the Buddha are all inseparable, your body, speech, and mind, inseparable from the Guru and the Buddha's body, speech, and mind. And then we take this amazing positive energy that we've created, this merit, and we dedicate it. And the dedication verses booklet is, you can find it using the link underneath the video on YouTube if you don't have it already. To actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. To realize emptiness, samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. To meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes, in all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana guru in all our future lives, by the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And then scroll down to page 5 to seal the merits with emptiness. And this is a prayer that Lama Zopa Rinpoche recommends that we do for all of our practices. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then again, scrolling down to the long life prayers of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche and all of our precious gurus and teachers. the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And then really rejoice that this past hour has been spent doing what is most beneficial. It's really something that we've made the effort to do something very meaningful, turning our minds to the Dharma and thinking with compassion. It's just amazing. So feel very good about that. And then I welcome my next fellow IMI Sangha member to lead the next session. Venerable, how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Oh, I'm good, thank you.
And where are you right now?
At Kopan's Nunnery in Kathmandu.
Okay, I'm in Italy.
Yes.
Sicily. In Sicily, precisely.
Oh,
Venerable
Sicily.
Dancho knows.
Ah.
Well,
wonderful.
You're the Dharma Mafia, aren't you? No, lovely to see you, Venerable Christiana.
Lovely
thank
to see
you very
all of
much.
you and even you.
Oh, even me. Thank you very much. Venerable Ching, just to let you know, we went back online. So thank you very much for, soldiering on, in the uncertainty of whether YouTube was working or not. Just a massive thank you to our tech team to getting us back on air. And if you just tuned in wondering why you couldn't pick us up on YouTube earlier, we apologize. That's going live.
Okay.
The technical obstacles. So I hand over to Christiana. I know you want to crack on. I just want to.
Okay, dear. Okay.
Lots of love to everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Ok, cominciamo in italiano. Facciamo la pratica in italiano. Come sappiamo, le cose non stanno andando meglio. In India sta succedendo un disastro, in Nepal un mezzo disastro, molti più morti, molti più malati, sempre incertezza su come muoversi, come reagire a livello collettivo. E è un momento molto duro e ci siamo illusi, perlomeno io mi ero illusa, che sarebbe stata una parentesi che durava poco tempo, pochi mesi, massimo un anno. Che non è così, siamo in un momento duro, prendiamone atto e cerchiamo di praticare con il coraggio che ci vuole per un momento duro, cioè rendersi conto della verità degli insegnamenti che il Buddha ha dato ai maestri dopo di lui. I suoi discepoli, maestri qualificati, hanno dato per tanti secoli. La natura del samsara è sofferenza. Possiamo avere momenti di felicità, ma la sua natura è sofferenza. Finché è samsara, è sofferenza. Finché è vita, è impermanente, è fragile. Questo non ci deve abbattere. Dobbiamo trasformarlo nella spinta per ottenere lo stato libero da questo tipo di sofferenze e farlo ottenere agli altri. Quindi questa è anche una benedizione, questa pandemia, per farci capire che il Dharma non è un giochetto della mente o del corpo, che stiamo in sala di meditazione insieme agli altri, facciamo amicizie come noi, di gente come noi, insomma tutte queste cose sono cose mondane, ok? Il Dharma è una cosa che va oltre la mondanità. E per esempio prendere rifugio, che è quello che faremo adesso iniziando la pratica, è andare oltre la mondanità. Il rifugio non c'entra niente con i nostri interessi ordinari, il rifugio è questo, entrare consapevolmente nella sfera di attività di tutti gli esseri che hanno superato il dolore, che hanno superato le limitazioni nell'aiutare gli altri. Entriamo in questa sfera prendendo rifugio, ci mettiamo a disposizione dei Buddha per ricevere le loro benedizioni nel modo migliore, perché loro le danno a tutti ugualmente, sia che uno prenda rifugio sia che no. Però se prendiamo rifugio e ci apriamo, la benedizione lavorerà più velocemente. Quindi noi ci mettiamo a disposizione dei Buddha, non i Buddha sono i nostri servitori che ci devono far ottenere tutto quello che ci viene in mente. Ok, e quindi adesso cominciamo a prendere rifugio, lo spiegheremo bene, sto rifugio lo mediteremo, è la cosa più importante di tutte. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Immaginiamo insieme a noi tutti gli infiniti esseri. È la verità che loro prendono rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha, anche se non hanno la struttura culturale, la struttura mentale, concettuale, la struttura concettuale, per cui c'è stato Buddha Sakyamuni e poi i suoi discepoli sono diventati i nostri maestri, cioè questo non importa, ma tutti gli esseri prendono rifugio in chi li libera dalla sofferenza e dona loro la felicità. E sappiamo che i Buddha sono gli esseri che sanno farlo nel modo perfetto, nel modo non migliore, nel modo perfetto. Quindi più o meno consapevolmente, ma sempre con determinazione, tutti gli esseri senzienti prendono rifugio in chi li libera dalla sofferenza e dona loro la felicità. Quindi li visualizziamo intorno a noi, tantissimi, li visualizziamo se preferiamo in forma umana per non confonderci troppo nella pratica, così è più facile. Sono un infinito, immaginiamo una pianura sterminata, montagna nello sfondo, tutto completamente riempito da tutti gli infiniti esseri senzienti. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha. Ripetiamo ancora insieme a tutti gli esseri, immaginiamo proprio di sentire le loro voci. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Ora entriamo nel dettaglio di cosa vuol dire prendere rifugio. Vi metto il testo in condivisione, così, orca, perché? Qualcuno mi ha disabilitato la condivisione schermo. Se International Mahayana Institute could you please give me sharing the video, the screen? Okay.
Yes. Sì.
Thank you. Thank you. Ecco
Ok.
qua. Thank you so much. Allora, leggiamo tutti insieme con calma. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, che sono i suoi insegnamenti. E viene detto che l'effettivo rifugio non è mai il rifugio in una qualunque persona, anche illuminata, è il rifugio nell'insegnamento che egli dà a noi, perché il Buddha non è nient'altro. Il Buddha non è nient'altro che l'essere che si prodiga per il perfetto beneficio di tutti gli esseri, innanzitutto dando insegnamenti, perché Altrimenti, per quante benedizioni riceviamo, per quanti agi abbiamo, per quanto karma positivo sperimentiamo, siamo sempre vincolati al ciclo della sofferenza. Invece, con gli insegnamenti del Dharma purifichiamo le nostre azioni negative e generiamo le qualità positive che senza insegnamenti non potremo mai avere senza insegnamenti. E quindi otteniamo lo stato della perfetta liberazione. Allora, ripeto, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, cioè nei suoi insegnamenti, e nel Sangha, cioè nella comunità che applica questi insegnamenti. Il Sangha è essenziale come oggetto di rifugio perché noi esistiamo solo in modo interdipendente innanzitutto da ciò che ci è più vicino. Quindi, se ciò che ci è più vicino è una comunità di praticanti che applicano gli insegnamenti del Buddha, noi risentiremo in modo molto potente di questa interdipendenza. Se invece, prima di aver ottenuto realizzazioni e aver purificato il nostro karma, ciò che ci è più vicino sono esseri autodistruttivi, distruttivi verso gli altri, dall'ego fuori controllo, smisurato non è vero, ma fuori controllo. Se abbiamo vicini soprattutto queste persone, avremo più difficoltà ad applicare gli insegnamenti. Quindi il Sangha è essenziale come oggetto di rifugio. Non importa se non viviamo in casa con dei membri del Sangha laico o ordinato, ma per noi deve essere un oggetto di rifugio. Dobbiamo cercare connessione col Sangha anche materiale, parlando, ascoltando insegnamenti, cioè appena possiamo. Ripetiamo per la terza volta. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri. Si dice che il proprio maestro, i maestri sono più importanti ancora del Buddha, perché senza i maestri l'insegnamento del Buddha che si è manifestato 2600 anni fa, noi non lo riceveremo. Maestri attuali, presenti ora, i loro maestri, i maestri dei loro maestri, dei loro maestri, dei loro maestri, cioè tutta l'infinita assemblea dei maestri è essenziale perché noi adesso possiamo praticare trasformazione del pensiero e liberarci dalla sofferenza. Prendiamo rifugio nelle divinità meditative, questo verrà spiegato tra un minuto, appena facciamo la pratica di una divinità meditativa, la faremo tra poco, e delle Dakini. L'assemblea delle Dakini è l'assemblea di quel tipo di esseri tradizionalmente rappresentati in forma femminile che ci mandano lampi della mente del Buddha, soprattutto sulla vacuità, che ci sostengono nelle difficoltà e nel sentiero, anche se non si sa da dove viene un aiuto, non si capisce, a un certo punto ci sentiamo sostenuti. Quello è l'aiuto delle Dakini. E le Dakini sono il ponte tra la vita illuminata, la vita degli esseri illuminati, e la nostra vita ordinaria. Il ponte multiforme. La grande madre, la madre sappiamo è il ponte tra la vita e la morte, no? Le Dakini, esseri femminili, la grande madre, sono il ponte tra la nostra vita ordinaria, soggiogata dalla morte, e la vita degli esseri realizzati che non conosce morte, non conosce decadenza, non conosce degenerazione. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya, questa è la cosa fondamentale, è la cosa radicale. Si diventa esseri illuminati se si realizza la chiarezza vuota della propria mente, la vacuità della propria mente, e ne parleremo anche nella dedica. Altrimenti non si diventa esseri illuminati, quindi non ci si libera dalla sofferenza, e quindi il rifugio fondamentale, il rifugio primordiale è il rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il corpo di verità. Ora lo ripetiamo 2 volte, questo nuovo tipo di rifugio più articolato. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Bene, ora approfondiamo in particolare l'aspetto del rifugio nelle divinità meditative. In particolare, cioè una divinità meditativa è una rappresentazione che riassume le qualità illuminate di tutti i Buddha, tutti gli infiniti Buddha, in una forma per noi facile da praticare per entrare in relazione con queste qualità illuminate. Per esempio, ora noi praticheremo la forma di divinità meditativa che è il Buddha della compassione. I Buddha hanno innumerevoli qualità positive perfezionate, perfette. Una di queste è la compassione. In questo caso è una compassione attiva, efficace, gioiosa, che riesce a togliere dalla sofferenza gli esseri. Non è una compassione lamentosa e impotente come noi in genere la proviamo. Quindi noi ci mettiamo in contatto con questa divinità meditativa, il Buddha della compassione, Avalokitesvara in sanscrito e Chenrezig in tibetano, immaginandolo davanti a noi. Immaginiamo un essere in forma umana, anche se non è un essere umano, ma a noi serve questo pensare in forma umana per facilità di pratica. Immaginiamo che è di colore bianco splendente, luminoso, quindi trasparente, circondato da un'area di luce, nello spazio di fronte a noi, a 2 metri di distanza da noi, e seduto all'altezza della nostra fronte, seduto a gambe incrociate, ci guarda con moltissimo amore, con moltissima soddisfazione. È come si può dire, uno scambio di beatitudine. Noi siamo beati perché vediamo il Buddha della compassione, che rappresenta la compassione di tutti i Buddha. Egli è beato perché vede che gli esseri senzienti come noi accettano il suo aiuto. Quindi, per connetterci ancora più profondamente, oltre che tramite visualizzazione, recitiamo le sue sacre parole, il suo mantra, immaginando che tutti gli esseri intorno a noi, che abbiamo già visualizzato e che prendono rifugio insieme a noi, anche loro ad alta voce recitano il mantra. Ora noi lo recitiamo per qualche minuto ad alta voce e poi invece a bassa voce, è sussurrato. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme. Om Mani Padme per il potere di questa nostra richiesta, a causa della familiarizzazione che abbiamo praticato con un'espressione illuminata, noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti insieme a noi, dal corpo di Buddha Avalokitesvara, da ogni poro del suo corpo si emanano raggi di luce come tanti raggi laser. Ognuno di questi sottilissimi raggi laser potentissimi va a toccare il corpo degli esseri senzienti, noi compresi, lo pervade dall'interno. Questa luce che ci pervade elimina tutte le oscurazioni, tutti i difetti, tutto il karma negativo e ci dona tutte le qualità positive, tutte le possibilità e le facilità di percorrere il sentiero, di ottenere lo stato di liberazione da ogni sofferenza. Questo vale per tutti gli infiniti esseri. Meditiamo questa visualizzazione un solo minuto perché non c'è tanto tempo. In particolare realizziamo che tutti i problemi dovuti a questa pandemia sono trasformati, purificati, risolti, che chi può non ammalarsi non si ammali, che chi è ammalato possa guarire, per chi è moribondo già nel sentiero della morte, che questa morte sia per lui l'occasione di una rinascita positiva in cui possa praticare ancora meglio il Dharma, essere ancora più felice di quanto è stato finora. Immaginiamo che sono stati benedetti anche gli operatori sanitari che si devono prendere cura di questa situazione, i governanti che devono amministrare i popoli immersi in questa situazione. Immaginiamo che i conflitti di opinione, le antipatie, le liti vengano risolte, le liti tra chi pensa che bisogna fare in un modo, chi pensa che bisogna fare in un altro modo, che venga tutto risolto, okay? O comunque trasformato. Cioè, conflitto può esserci, ma violenza verbale o fisica o ipocrita o violenza di potere non deve esserci, non è necessaria. Conflitto può esserci, abbiamo tante visioni diverse, ma violenza, prevaricazione e oppressione non devono esserci. Immaginiamo che con questa pratica abbiamo purificato tutti questi problemi. Recitiamo ora velocemente, perché, ripeto, non c'è tanto tempo, un giro di rosario, mala, del mantra di Tara, perché Sua Santità il Dalai Lama sta continuando a ripetere ultimamente. È molto importante pregare Tara per questa pandemia. Il mantra è Om Tare Tuttare Ture Soa. Chi conosce la divinità di meditazione Tara sa che è una figura femminile, una Dakini, giusto appunto dicevamo, che rende possibile l'impossibile per tutti noi. Qualunque situazione la più disperata, l'energia illuminata di Tara la risolve. Quindi immaginiamo questa persona di forma femminile, color verde smeraldo, seduta nello spazio davanti a noi, 2 metri avanti a noi, all'altezza della nostra fronte. Anche lei è felicissima, ci guarda e sorride, noi la guardiamo e siamo investiti di beatitudine. recitiamo una mala del suo mantra. Un tare ture soa, Om 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 tare ture soa. Un tare ture soa. Anche dal corpo di Tara si emanano infiniti raggi di luce che toccano tutti gli esseri e li purificano e li dotano di tutte le qualità necessarie per trasformare ogni difficoltà, soprattutto in questo caso quella della pandemia. Ora leggiamo la dedica composta da un grande praticante che con questa preghiera aveva fatto sì che guarissero i monaci di un monastero tibetano di scuola Sakya che vivevano una epidemia. Questa preghiera quindi è molto potente dato che ha guarito questa situazione in passato, la può guarire anche adesso, perché ci è arrivata come lignaggio intatto di scritture e realizzazioni. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti gra, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore, potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità di karma e di suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora facciamo dediche generali, che sono le più importanti di tutte in realtà, perché sono quelle che ci impediscono di disperdere il karma positivo che abbiamo accumulato, ci impediscono di disperderlo in risultati parziali, ordinari e mondani. I risultati mondani noi ci afferriamo molto ad essi per forza, ma perché siamo ancora un po' primitivi come praticanti, però i risultati mondani non servono a granché. Vengono e vanno, vengono e vanno, vengono e vanno. Come dicevamo, c'è l'impermanenza. Ok, quindi facciamo queste dediche generali. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta, che non è mente dell'illuminazione, che non è ancora sorta, sorgere. Quella già sorta possa non declinare mai, ma accrescersi sempre più. Come l'acqua al fuoco la terra, il vento, le medicine e gli alberi nella foresta possa essere sempre utilizzato da tutti gli esseri senzienti come vogliono loro, senza fare alcuna resistenza. Finché qualunque essere senziente non sarà stato liberato dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se ho già ottenuto la suprema illuminazione. Possa io diventare come un gioiello che garantisce tutti i desideri, soddisfa tutti i bisogni, e come un albero che possiede i frutti di tutto ciò che è desiderato per soddisfare tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Dedico queste virtù con la lodata come la migliore da tutti i vittoriosi dei tre tempi, per avere una condotta virtuosa. Ora recitiamo le preghiere per due emanazioni di Buddha. Ce ne sono tante emanazioni, manifestazioni dei Buddha nel nostro mondo, perché i Buddha si prodigano in miliardi di modi per aiutarci, ma noi abbiamo più connessione con qualcuno che con qualcun altro. Quindi ora ci riferiamo a coloro con cui questa organizzazione, che ha promosso la maratona di preghiera, ha più connessione, Sua Santità il Dalai Lama e Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu che sei il gioiello che fa ottenere tutti i desideri, sorgente di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità nel mondo, incomparabilmente gentile, supremo, Tenzin Gyatso, possa tu avere una lunga vita e tutti i tuoi santi desideri possano essere spontaneamente soddisfatti. Ora per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che sostieni la moralità del suo giocatore, tu che servi come aiuto potente per tutti, tu che supporti, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Mangiusri, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre gioielli, Salvatore di me stesso e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Ok? I'm done. Finish. Grazie a tutti.
Grazie. Oh,
ok. Thank you so much.
you.
Have a good practice.
Thank you, Venerable Champa. Okay, thank you.
Venerable Tenzin. Hi. Ciao.
Hi. Ciao, ciao. And hello to Aman and Mataji, Adadevji, and many other people I see who joined. Really happy to see. Last time I did the prayers here, I was all alone. I think almost one nun joined about halfway through, and then the Chenrezig staff was always there. But it's very nice to see so many more people here today. Partly that's because I think I let Aman know that we were doing it. In the weeks past, I usually forget to tell anyone that I'm doing the session or at whatever time. And today it happened that Venerable Namjong also scheduled a session right following me. So I signed up for these two sessions from 4 to 4:30 and 4:30 to 5. And then from 5 to 5:30, Venerable Namjong's leading the session. So you're welcome to stay for that too. Okay, so usually I try to, well, when I have 1 hour, it'll be kind of a continuous hour session with just a short break in the middle, in case some people need to leave at 4:30. So the first half hour we'll spend mostly on generating a very strong motivation and meditating a little bit on bodhicitta and emptiness. And then especially remembering, why we're here. Because the COVID-19 pandemic, and especially just now, although in the West, fortunately, in China also, the pandemic is kind of, seems like coming down. The number of infections are coming down. The number of people dying each week is becoming less. But here in India, or where I am, where many of you are, then the pandemic is probably worse than it's ever been so far. So there's every day many people getting infected, of those, many people getting seriously ill, being hospitalized, and the whole healthcare system, of course, as you know, is very, this is in the news every day, is very overwhelmed with sick people. So we especially pray for all of them, people who are sick in hospital, who are very sick, and then people at home who are sick, and then other people who are afraid of becoming ill. And then of course for the first line workers, the medical care staff, and for the country, all the people of India and also Nepal, and then other countries where the people are suffering so much just now from the pandemic, and then of course, the millions and millions of people who have lost loved ones over the past year, right? So we pray for all of those people. So just generate your motivation by imagining, being oneself surrounded by all sentient beings, and especially all these, we're in the world for real. It's not like we're just imagining. We actually are surrounded by all sentient beings, but because they're not in our immediate environment, we tend to easily forget. But actually, we are all on the same planet. So think of all the sentient beings on this planet, especially the human beings, right, suffering from the COVID-19 pandemic. And then also imagine oneself surrounded by all the animals on this planet who suffer so much every day. When they suffer from disease, sickness, a pandemic, they have no medicine to treat them, no one to comfort them really, no hospitals or other safe places to go to. So imagine oneself also. Remember how one's interconnected with all the animals, the insects, the mammals, the reptiles, the birds, and the animals under the ground. So you can imagine them all in human form in order to create an auspicious, a dependent arising that they actually can take human form, can take rebirth as humans in the future, be able to meet and practice the Buddha Dharma. And then imagine oneself also surrounded by all the other sentient beings in samsara, those that exist on planet Earth and those that exist in other planets, other world systems. So think of all this other sentient beings, or just all of whom are just like us, and wishing to have lasting happiness and wishing to be free from temporary and long-term suffering, and have the potential to be free from samsara and have the potential to achieve full enlightenment. So again, imagine oneself surrounded by all the sentient beings that exist wherever, in any universe whatsoever, and think of how one is interconnected with them, both being like them, like a brother and sister, having similar qualities, having a similar potential, having the same aspiration for well-being and happiness, and also how from life to life we've actually been interconnected with all these, related to all these sentient beings as family, friends, and so forth. So I think we're doing this practice for their benefit, not only our own. And then especially generate bodhicitta motivation, thinking that in order to benefit all these sentient beings, I myself must quickly become enlightened. It's only having abandoned all faults and having developed all positive qualities is a state of enlightenment, and that's the best way, the best thing I can do in order to benefit all sentient beings. So especially I'll engage in this practice of reciting the Mani Mantra, meditating on Chenrezig, reciting the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, in order that I may quickly become enlightened, in order that I may more perfectly benefit or more effectively work for the welfare of all sentient beings. So then, visualizing ourselves surrounded by all sentient beings, and with the bodhicitta motivation, we can go for refuge, using the refuge prayer from the Thangtong Gyalpo practice. The verse of refuge at the beginning. So I'll share my screen now, so you can read along. Also, for those, because I've never been with so many people in the Zoom room, I'm very happy about. But it'll be easier for everyone to hear if we all keep ourselves muted. Make sure to keep your mic muted, especially while we're reading the prayers. But yeah, maybe also I'll try to make some time for, if there's any questions, we can do a little question and answer at the end of the hour. Okay, so visualize in front of you, field of merit, however you'd like, field of refuge. So you can visualize, there's different ways to visualize. Visualize however is most comfortable for you. But typical is to visualize Shakyamuni Buddha. Remembering how the Buddha embodies all of the Buddhas. It's just a representation, but in one essence. His mind is one essence with that of all the Buddhas, which is one essence with that of our own spiritual teachers. Or you can also visualize his whole Lama Zopa Rinpoche, or Chenrezig, or whatever yidam or deity you might relate to. So visualize a field of merit, a field of refuge in front of you, representations of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. And so as you go for refuge, then imagine that all sentient beings surrounded you, and they go for refuge together with you. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assemblies of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assemblies of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So generate strongly the attitude of refuge, having faith that the Guru Buddha, the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha have the power to protect us from the suffering of the lower realms and all the suffering of samsara, and the suffering of the COVID-19 pandemic as well. And how do they protect us? Primarily by teaching the law of cause and effect, by teaching us about karma, and thereby giving us the wisdom to modify our own behavior, to cease creating negative karma, which is the cause of all suffering, and inspiring us to endeavor to accumulate virtuous karma, to create merit and generate positive qualities in our own minds, so that we create the causes for our own happiness, and we help other sentient beings as well to create the causes for their well-being and happiness. So we can imagine having gone for refuge with a sincere heart, and first of all, white light rays radiate out from the objects of refuge. Light rays come to the crown of us and all sentient beings imagined around us, and completely fill white light pours down to our crown, completely fills our body and mind with very blissful, pure white light, purifying all of our negative karma and afflictive emotions and the seeds and imprints of these as well. And also purifying the environment, and completely eliminating the COVID-19 and other destructive viruses and diseases, completely eliminating them from the air, the water, the earth, and all the aspects of the environment. And then imagine golden light rays radiate out from the objects of refuge, blessing us and all sentient beings to have every positive quality, from faith and devotion to our teachers, up to full enlightenment, as well as loving kindness, compassion, generosity, patience, enthusiasm, inspiration, wisdom, and so forth. So imagine oneself and all sentient beings blessed to fully develop every positive quality of body and mind, and have perfect health. And then the environment as well. Imagine all the destruction of pollution and global warming, climate destruction is completely eliminated, and the environment becomes a pure land with all the four elements in perfect balance to sustain the life of all sentient beings. So now finally we visualize the field of refuge. Shrinks and becomes very small in size, and then comes to the crown of our head and abides there in space above the crown of our head. And then briefly, it's good if we can meditate on, maybe I'll stop the screen share for a sec. We can briefly meditate on emptiness and dependent arising, right? So remember how oneself arises in dependence upon countless causes and conditions. Beginning with, our karma created in previous lives, our parents, the food and clothing we depend upon, all of our previous thoughts and actions, countless other sentient beings, our grandparents, past family members, and so forth, and friends from past lives, friends from earlier in this life. So think how, one as an individual person, we've arisen in dependence upon countless causes and conditions, and therefore we're empty of existing from our own side by our own power, but rather we exist in dependence upon countless others and things that are other than us, functioning things that are other than us. And then also think how in this moment we're continually changing. If we look for a fixed, static thing, which is one's own essence, you can't find anything except for continually emerging, transforming, changing phenomena, our body, our mind, and then the person, which is labeled upon the body and mind. All of those things are continually changing from moment to moment. And therefore not existing from their own side and even the slightest atom. And then in the same way, think of how all the other sentient beings visualized around us, and also the environment, the inanimate environment that we depend upon. All these are the same as us in having arisen in dependence upon countless causes and conditions, and thereby not existing by their own power from their own side. And also the same as us in that they're continually changing and passing away, transforming from moment to moment. Also thereby being dependent arisings, and therefore not existing in the slightest atom from their own side. So in this way, you can meditate on that all things dissolve into emptiness, or see by seeing, bringing to mind the ultimate nature of all phenomena, that they're empty of inherent existence, or empty of existing from their own side. And then again, bring to mind your motivation of bodhicitta, the aspiration to benefit all sentient beings, compelled by loving kindness and compassion. So try to unite these two. This world, myself, all sentient beings which are empty from their own side, and yet they exist. And by engaging in this practice, in order to benefit them, I myself must quickly become enlightened. So then imagine that this mind, which is a union of wisdom realizing emptiness and the attitude of bodhicitta, or the whatever approximation we can generate of this, then this mind arises as Chenrezig, or Avalokiteshvara. So now I'll put up an image of Chenrezig, and then put this one. So if you have an initiation into one form of Chenrezig, you can generate yourself as that aspect of Chenrezig or Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion. If you don't have an initiation, then just visualize in the space in front of you the Buddha of compassion appearing in whatever form you find most comfortable for your mind. You can imagine appearing as His Holiness the Dalai Lama, or as like the image I posted here as a forearm Chenrezig, or as whatever aspect or image of Chenrezig you're familiar with. So you can imagine that in space before you. But make sure to imagine it's not just like a static image, like a statue or a painting, but it's the actual Buddha of compassion. Imagine the mind, the energy of the Buddha of compassion is actually present in the space in front of you and appears there and is looking upon you and all sentient beings with great affection, great kindness, and great concern and compassion. And then from our hearts, we can make a request to the Buddha of compassion to help us in the situation we find ourselves in our personal lives as an individual, and also in the situation we're in as a human race, a human family on this earth, struggling to deal with this COVID-19 crisis. So I sincerely request Chenrezig, who's one with our own gurus, our own teachers, to help us in this situation and to help all sentient beings in the situation that we're in, suffering in the oceans, trapped in the oceans of samsaric suffering. So imagine Avalokiteshvara happily accepts our request, agrees to help us, and then so now we'll recite the Mani mantra. So as you recite the Mani mantra, you can visualize from Chenrezig's heart and every pore of Chenrezig's body, white light rays radiate out. On the tip of each light ray is an emanation of Chenrezig. So one emanation of such emanation of Chenrezig comes to the crown of your head and comes to the crown of each sentient being visualized seated around you. And then from that white, blissful white light, like liquid nectar, pours down through completely filling the body and mind of you and all sentient beings. Again, blessing you to be free from every form of suffering and the causes of suffering, afflictive emotions, especially ignorance and selfishness and karma, negative karma, and blesses you and all sentient beings to develop every positive quality up to enlightenment. So now we'll recite the Mani mantra. In case there's anyone who doesn't know, I'll just show it here briefly. So it's this mantra here. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om. 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 So why don't we read? We'll read the rest of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. In case there's anyone that needs to leave this half-hour mark, we'll just read it once, and then if you have to leave, you can make additional dedication and then go, and then we'll continue reciting the Mani Mantra. So here's the prayer, the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so then if you'd like to stay and continue, then for this next half hour, we'll mostly be reciting the Mani Mantra. Basically quietly. And then for the last 10 minutes or so, we'll do an extensive dedication. And maybe for a few minutes before that, I'll try to answer any questions some of you might have. Okay, so now, remember again, the dependent arising of all phenomena, right? How oneself is a dependent arising, right? Depending upon all other sentient beings, and therefore is empty of inherent existence. And how all the other sentient beings who have been our kind mothers and fathers and friends from life to life in the past are also dependent arising. Therefore, they're empty of existing from their own side. And therefore, the prayers we make can actually transform them, can change them, can help them. Right, so especially remember all those who have died recently or passing through the bardo or have taken rebirth in a lower realm, and especially also all those who are sick right now, struggling for their lives or struggling to recover. Remember how their condition is a dependent arising. It's not something fixed and permanent, but can change, will change. And then think also how the Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, and our own actions are also dependent arising phenomena, empty of their own side. And therefore they have the power to touch the lives of others, to benefit others. So think how the agent, oneself, the action, the object of one's action, all empty of dependent arising. And then within that, regenerate your motivation of bodhicitta, the motivation to benefit others, to free oneself and others from suffering, to benefit oneself and others as much as one can. For that purpose, to become a fully enlightened Buddha. So again, focus on yourself as Chenrezig if you have initiation, or if not, then strongly visualize Chenrezig in the space in front of you. And then we'll continue reciting the Mani Mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So let's read the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer again, and then and I can take. Why don't we go ahead and dedicate? We'll dedicate with the other dedication prayers, and then see what time there is for questions. May all the diseases. So think of all the merit we've created, all the spiritual energy we've created by meditating together on bodhicitta and emptiness, and reciting the Mani mantra with the mind of refuge. So rejoice. So all this merit, spiritual energy, power, we dedicate with these intentions, right? Especially that the COVID-19 pandemic can be quickly, brought to an end. And then in general, all the suffering of every sentient being, in whatever state they exist, may it be completely eliminated, the suffering together with its causes. Especially those who are sick, may they quickly be healed, may they quickly recover. All those who have recently died or passing through the bardo, may they take a precious human rebirth or rebirth in a pure land, where they can meet the spiritual teachings and companions and teachers most suited to their disposition. And may all of our teachers, especially as Holy Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, have a long and stable life. And may the Buddha Dharma flourish in every direction. So then we can additionally dedicate this Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I'm going to read it one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then we'll add a few more verses that Lama Zopa Rinpoche is, sorry, not that one, is using during his teachings on the pandemic. Wait, I'm confusing things. here. Okay. I hope you can see that. Dedication verses. Yeah. Okay. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta. Maybe I'm not sure you can see it because I'm not sure when I share screen and then I change screens if it changes together with it. So I'll just do this. Okay. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising on the train. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. But so especially with that verse, it's supposed to dedicate that we and all sentient beings realize emptiness in accordance with Nagarjuna's thought, Nagarjuna's interpretation of the Perfection of Wisdom Sutras. Why? Because it's ignorance grasping at the opposite, ignorance grasping at inherent existence, which is the root cause of all suffering. So if we can generate this wisdom, realizing the emptiness of inherent existence, thereby and only thereby can we eliminate the cause for all suffering, and also generate a cause for lasting well-being and happiness. And then for the sick, so this verse will recite 3 times. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. So we're supposed to dedicate for Geshe, I think it's Tupten Sherab, Geshe Sherab from Kopan, who is a resident teacher at the center in Santa Fe, New Mexico, who's in the hospital with COVID now. It seems he's recovering, he's getting better, but he's still quite sick. So may he quickly recover, as well as especially all the Sangha, all the monks and nuns at Kopan who've been sick. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And then we'll skip to the long life prayers. Yeah, why don't we do this? As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Then we'll skip to long life prayers, otherwise we won't have time for any questions. So for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then finally for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. And then bring to mind any other dedications you'd like us to make. And so may all of your intentions also be fulfilled in accordance with your wish, in accordance with the Holy Dharma. Okay, so now we have a few minutes left if anyone has questions. I'm not sure how it works here. If you can unmute probably it's best you raise your hand, and then I unmute you. You can ask. Oh, great, Mahadabji, of course, has a question. I can't unmute you. So Chenrezig, if you're there, can you unmute him? Okay, great. There you go.
I got it. I just want to say hello. How are you? I haven't seen you in a while.
I'm very
I've
good.
been following you.
Yeah.
I've been following you, but I haven't. I had other teachings, so I couldn't actually take your course, the meditation course, because I had teachings already planned. So I'm sorry.
Good.
But,
I'm happy to hear you're attending some teachings. That's excellent.
Oh yeah, I continue every day. I've been doing Guru Yoga every day. So yeah, okay. I'm very happy. Can't complain. But my question, is the root cause of all this is ignorance, correct? And karma. The two things are causing all these problems in this world, correct? Not realizing the middle way and emptiness, right? I mean, sum it all up.
Correct. Okay. Yes. But karma, the root cause is really ignorance grasping at inherent existence, right? And karma arises from that, right?
Correct.
So there's actually a four-step process. First, we have this fundamental ignorance, which we've had from beginningless time. So it's not like sometime in the past we didn't have that and then we all of a sudden had it. It's from beginningless time we've had. So why is a totally different question, which I can't answer, but from beginningless time, we have this ignorance, grasping at ourself and all phenomena as inherently existent. And then based on that, we grasp at other things as being, inherently existing from their own side. And then we see other things as being either attractive or unattractive. And we grasp at those being inherent properties of those things. So based on that that's called incorrectly grasping concepts. Right, so that's like the second level. And then we grasp at seeing those things as being inherently attractive or unattractive. We generate attachment for those that are attractive. We think that they can bring us happiness, and we generate aversion for things we see as unattractive. And we think that only by destroying those or getting rid of those can we be free from suffering. And then based on that, we engage in actions to get what we want by any means, which leads into lying and stealing and so forth. And then to destroy or get away, push away what we don't like, and then that leads into anger, and then karmic actions whereby we harm, right, by killing, again lying, stealing, and so forth, right. So therefore, it's that fourfold process to which we circle in samsara. In short,
I was referring to the previous lives karmas to purify that and purify the ignorance, like seeing the emptiness of all phenomena as being the middle way, the emptiness, that's what I was talking about. Not I'm talking about previous lives karmas as causing these situations, not correct. I mean, only antidote is to see the ignorance, the root cause of all this.
Yes, the ultimate antidote, yeah, correct, is to see the ignorance, identify it, and then apply the antidote is wisdom, realizing the middle way, right, as you mentioned. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if anyone else has a question here. Okay. Home. Ask to unmute. Great. Can you unmute yourself?
Evening, Geshe. How are you?
Good evening. Nice to see you. And your husband.
I have a question. When we chanting, when we saying the mantra, when we speak and then we listen for the sound, is that a type of single-pointed meditation? And then when I start to analyze the meaning of the mantra, just so that I can sort of more in tune with it, I find that the concentration decrease. Is that a form of analytical meditation then? That's what is happening?
Well, first of all, when we're just listening to the sound of the mantra, no, whether it's single-pointed concentration or not depends upon one's own, mind, one's own level of one's own stability and clarity of concentration, right? The object can be a sound or anything else, right? So for most of us, for me, definitely, for most of us, probably it's not single-pointed concentration, and definitely by virtue of listening to the sound of a mantra, it doesn't make our mind more, concentrated or single-pointed in any way. But it can be a form of placement meditation, just listening to a sound or focusing the mind on that without analyzing. That can be an object of like placement meditation. But then when we think about the meaning of the mantra, that's true, that's analytical meditation. And yeah, for us, before we've achieved special insight, the union of special insight and concentration, you can say, or calm abiding. Before we've achieved the union of calm abiding and special insight, then when we do analytical meditation, it does reduce our single pointedness of concentration, right? So we have to alternate between analytical meditation, by which we get more clarity, and then about whatever we're meditating on. And then we alternate that with placement meditation, which is, by which we get more stability of focus on the object, right? So yeah, when we do placement meditation, it reduces the force of our analysis. When we do analytical meditation, it reduces the stability of our concentration. But gradually we alternate those two, and then eventually, we can bring them together so that our analytical meditation increases our stability, and our placement meditation increases the clarity with which we see the object. But I'm just noticing now I've already gone over time, so my apologies to Venerable Namjong. And yeah, I'll pass the session over to him now. So thank you all for joining, and I hope you have a great day wherever you are. Great session with Namjong.
Okay, thanks, Lexo. See you soon.
Okay, ciao.
Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable Lexa. Hello, Venerable Namjong.
Hello. So
we
wow.
didn't know about this session, so I could have communicated this before. But
that's
yes,
okay.
very good to see you here.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, glad to see all of you joined. So yeah, let's get started. So yeah, hello and welcome to everyone. If you have tuned in for the last hour with Venerable Lexo, then yeah, if you have to go, that's okay. Some of you might be joining new and fresh for this session. So either way, thank you very much for tuning in. I think most of you know by now, but we have been doing these Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer-a-thon sessions now. This is the 41st time. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche has recommended or advised that the students around the world get together and do these prayers every Saturday, and for 24 hours to help mitigate the devastating effects of the coronavirus pandemic, as well as the other problems caused by various illnesses, as well as other factors that are going on in the world now. So I had logged in about 5 minutes, before the session were to start, and you guys were having a little Q&A with Lexo. And so yeah, it is very important to keep what you were talking about at the end, about the root cause of all of our problems. And remember that as we now readjust our motivation for this session. So just in brief, although we are saying that we are doing these sessions to help abate the coronavirus crisis, then we have to think more broadly. And so we have this mind of compassion that wishes that sentient beings be free from suffering. But if we truly want to help beings be free from suffering, we actually need to help them be free of the cause of suffering. And so the cause of suffering, yes, we say that it is the karma and the delusions, or the mental afflictions, the disturbing emotions, the klesha. And the root of all these afflictions is actually this ignorance, this ignorant mind that grasps on to inherent existence, a mode of existence that actually is impossible and doesn't exist. Yet, our ignorant mind clings on to that mode of ourselves and other phenomena to exist in that way. And because of that, then we accumulate karma, and then we experience all the various sufferings within samsara. So as long as sentient beings are under the power of their karma and afflictions, that's what it means to be in samsara. And as long as we're in samsara, we're going to experience one kind of suffering, unsatisfactory experience or another. So even if the coronavirus, cancer, Ebola, all the diseases were to magically disappear from the world tomorrow, as long as sentient beings were under the influence of karma and delusions, we would experience some kind of suffering experience sooner or later. So therefore, if we truly want to help sentient beings be free from all of their suffering and its causes, we need to help them to liberate themselves from this ignorant mind that grasps onto true existence. And the only way to do that, well, the sentient beings have to generate within their own continuum this wisdom realizing the ultimate nature of reality, shunyata. Only that has the power to serve as a direct antidote to ignorance. And therefore, well, if we want to be free from suffering, we have to generate that within our own continuum. If we want others to be free from suffering, if we want to help them do that, then we have to help them generate that wisdom within their own continuum. And therefore, only when we become fully enlightened Buddhas will we have the wisdom, the ability, all of the skillful means to guide them most effectively to generate that wisdom, realizing shunyata or ultimate reality within their own mental continua as soon as possible, as quickly as possible, and as most effectively. And that is why we need to achieve enlightenment. That's why we need to become Buddhas, because then we'll be able to do just like the Buddha did, and teach the 3 turnings of the wheel of Dharma, all the various sutras, all the various methods to sentient beings to help them free themselves from suffering as quickly as possible. Okay. So therefore, since we want to achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible for the benefit of all sentient beings, then we need to purify our minds of all of the discordant factors, right? All of the obscurations that hold us back from achieving enlightenment. And then we also need to accumulate all the concordant factors to achieve enlightenment. And therefore, we're going to engage in this Thangtong Gyalpo prayer today. Okay? So, yeah. Whatever kind of virtuous activities we do, then we should try to have this kind of expansive motivation as much as we can. All right. So now, since we are doing this practice for all sentient beings, then now, as we are about to start the practice, you can open up your Thangtong Gyalpo prayer. I think you all have it downloaded, right? The prayer liberating Sakya from disease. So you can open that up. And then we're on page 3 with the motivation. So before we do that, then it's just good to also take a moment to then visualize all the sentient beings in the space around us, right? And then we can think that as we are doing this practice, we are doing it with all sentient beings. And as we chant aloud, then we can think that all the sentient beings are doing it along with us, okay? Okay. So now, you all have the practice, right? Okay. So now we'll chant aloud. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. Okay, so now we'll recite the mantra of Almighty Family Home. So as we do that, Then we can visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front of us, Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion. And then if you have taken the necessary initiation, you can now generate yourself deity. We're doing Avalokiteshvara that we visualize in front of us, or we can think that at Avalokiteshvara's heart, there's a lotus. On top of that is the seed syllable Hri, and surrounding that is the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. And then as we recite from the mantra, the seed syllable and the lotus, then countless light rays, purifying white light rays, radiate out in 10 directions. These light rays then come to strike all the sentient beings of 10 directions. And as this light touches them, then the sentient beings are immediately purified from all of their sickness, all of their negative karma, all of their afflictive emotions, all their obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment. And then by the end of our mantra recitation, all the sentient beings then are enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. Okay? So maintain that visualization, and then we'll recite chanting a bit for a few rounds, and then we'll go to a more silent recitation so we can do it more quickly. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme 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 Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. So now here, think that due to the power of having recited the mantra and the power of the purifying light rays from Avalokiteshvara, that all sentient beings are now completely purified from all their sicknesses, all their negative karma, all of their obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment, and have now attained the state of Avalokiteshvara's enlightenment. Okay, so now we'll recite the actual prayer. And yeah, actually, one of the goals of this prayerathon is just to recite as many times as possible. So we're just going to recite this over and over again until the end of our session. We'll stop a few minutes before and do more general dedication. Okay, so again, please read out loud, and not just mouthing the words, but also trying to develop some kind of feeling deep in your heart that these prayers come to fruition as soon as possible. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an ant to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose name terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading on to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sounds whose name terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an ant to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher lean out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose name terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher lean out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sounds whose name terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. So we're going to pause here and then do a more general dedication. So I'm going to do a share screen, I hope. Okay. So some of you will know these dedication verses that were compiled by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. I hope all of you have been following along with the video teaching series that he's been giving. So yeah, if you haven't, then you can look on the FPMT.org website, and right on the homepage there will be links to this series of teachings he's been doing. So anyway, before we dedicate, then it's always important to remember that we are dedicating the virtue, the positive karma from today's session. But not only that, but all of the virtue accumulated in the past that is being accumulated in the present and will be accumulated in the future, not only by ourselves, but the numberless sentient beings and the numberless Buddhas. So all of this merit combined together, we now dedicate that May the supreme precious bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising and betraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And so now we're dedicating for all the sick. So I heard that a very dear Dharma friend of mine, Beverly Bird, she is has cancer of the liver, and she underwent some chemotherapy, and after that course, she was tested again, and actually now the cancer is still there. So for Beverly Bird and all the various sick people, not only in this world, but all the world systems of the 10 directions, okay? However many sick sentient beings there are, may the people be free from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. And then this next verse, Rinpoche, Lama Zopa Rinpoche does for those who have died. So now all those, sentient beings who have recently died, be it from COVID or any other condition, then for them, in all of their lives, so in all my lives, as well as all sentient beings, right? Never separated from perfect gurus, may I and all sentient beings enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing all the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I and all sentient beings quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct mind, virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Dakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and a yoga of the 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Okay, we'll skip down a little bit. We're running out of time. So now, sealing the merit with emptiness. So due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. So the next verses from the King of Prayers. I feel to dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhattacharya as well. I feel to dedicate. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praises the best, but all the gone beyond the victorious ones of 3 times in order to have good conduct. And last, for the long lives and spiritual friends. First, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish granting, wish fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And lastly, for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the Sadhura's moral way, who serve as a boundary bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjuna's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, savor myself and others, your disciples, please, please, live long. Okay, so thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And yeah, we have Venerable Amy coming up next. But before we do that, maybe I'll do a bit of advertising. So there's been as many of you know, the COVID situation in India has gotten very, very dire. So now starting tomorrow evening, Indian time, 7 p.m. Indian time, which is 22 and a half hours from now, Root Institute is having a group prayer session, and we're going to be doing Tara practice. So Tara practice was recommended by His Holiness Dalai Lama to help quell the COVID crisis. So we're going to be doing that every Sunday, 7 p.m. Indian Standard Time for the foreseeable future. So if you are available, then please join. If not, then please continue with your practice and your good works that you're doing to benefit sentient beings in ways big and small, whatever we can do in this very trying time for the world. And yeah, we'll see you next time. So hi, Amy.
Thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Okay. Be
Please
well.
take care. Please be well.
Yeah. Trying. Trying. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and see you next time. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for joining. Just let's take a moment to begin to set a good motivation for this time. And just really directing our energy to thinking of all the people with COVID around the planet. And these are with blessings from Lama Zopa Rinpoche that we do these practices. So just considering all these beings and thinking how we can keep ourselves healthy, help these other beings as well. And really directing this energy that we can fold this into our practice that will help us reach that place of full enlightenment as Buddhas. We're then completely unlimited in benefiting all living beings. So really for the purpose of benefiting all living beings, we're going to do these practices. We're going to start with the Vajra armor. So please visualize in the space in front, space in front of you, a few feet in front of you, is this blue-black Vajrapani, an emanation of divine power facing you. He's about 6 inches in height, slightly higher than the level of your forehead. Imagine from his body, from all the pores of his body, come various forms of purification like black pigs and iron scorpions and garudas and streams of light rays that purify the planet of COVID right now. And imagine those light rays coming over to you, entering your forehead, throat, and heart, also cleansing you of not only COVID, potential to get COVID, but any imbalance, body and mind, as we recite this mantra. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembarshig naga nentayata, sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembarshig naga nentayata, sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembarshig naga nentayata, sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembarshig naga nentayata, sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembarshig naga nentayata, sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembarshig naga nentayata, sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembarshig naga nentayata, sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembarshig naga nentayata, sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembarshig naga nentayata, sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembarshig naga nentayata, sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembarshig naga nentayata, sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembarshig naga nentayata, sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembarshig naga nentayata, sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembarshig naga nentayata, sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Hon benza pe pema shavadi pe nemparshig nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Hon benza pe pema shavadi pe nemparshig nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Hon benza pe pema shavadi pe nemparshig nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Hom benza pe pema shavadi pe nemparshig nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Hom benza pe pema shavadi pe nemparshig nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Hom benza pe pema shavadi pe nemparshig nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Hom benza pe pema shavadi pe nemparshig nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. So you can put your hand over your mouth if you like, and because you just blessed your speech with this really powerful mantra, your speech is blessed. So as you exhale, imagine as the air goes up your nose that you're continuing the purification. If you have a drink, please blow on the surface a few times if you like, again with your blessed speech. And then you can take a few sips and feel that additional purification through your entire body. So imagine this blue-black Vajrapani in the space in front of you dissolves into emptiness. From that wisdom arises Black Manjushri, over top your crown, facing the same direction as you. He's about 6 inches in height, an emanation of the Buddha of infinite wisdom, Manjushri, but in this form, Black Manjushri, he heals disease, he purifies, eradicates disease. So similar visualization of light rays pouring out of all the pores of his body, images of purification pervading the entire planet, cleansing the planet of COVID and other imbalances, body and mind, and also descending through your crown and purifying you of any diseases, especially COVID, while we recite his mantra. Om taso chusur tur tasur tur miso ningola chokala ja kam sham jambe pe soha. Taso chusur tur tasur tur miso ningola chokala ja kam sham jambe pe soha. Taso chusur tur tasur tur miso ningola chokala ja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om tasu chusur tur tasur tur miso ningola chokala ja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om tasu chusur tur tasur tur miso ningola chokala ja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om tasu chusur tur tasur tur miso ningola chokala ja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om tasu chusur tur tasur tur miso ningola chokala ja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om tasu chusur tur tasur tur miso ningola chokala ja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om tasu chusur tur tasur tur miso ningola chokala ja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om tasu chusur tur tasur tur miso ningola chokala ja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om tasu chusur tur tasur tur miso ningola chokala ja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om tasu chusur tur tasur tur miso ningola chokala ja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om tasu chusur tur tasur tur miso ningola chokala ja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kam jam jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kam jam jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kam jam jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kam jam jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lacho kalaja kam jam jambe pe soha. Just feel this black manjushri, imagine over top your crown, dissolves from the edges of the visualization into the center, into a radiant drop of light. And imagine that drop melts into your crown. So feel the purification and feel all the blessings of Black Manjushri's holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. This is the prayer liberating Sakya from disease from Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We'll do those verses 2 more times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we'll recite this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, the Buddha of the Buddha of compassion, the mantra of the Buddha of compassion, as much as possible, gazing at this image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. The actual prayer we will do 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power, the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So can everyone just mute their microphones? Thank you. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. The next prayer is pacifying the danger of weapons. Something I know for those of us living in the United States that would be helpful, and all over the planet. And also keeping in mind right now is, as you know, the spread in India and Nepal of COVID is very, very bad, and other countries that aren't even reporting their numbers. And a dear friend of mine, Geshe Sherab, as you know, in Nepal is in the hospital. He's the resident teacher at our center in Santa Fe, New Mexico, Tupten Norvaling. So I just got a message from Geshe-la, so at least he's able to message, and he said he was feeling better. I'm not sure if the pneumonia's gone, but I really want to direct energy for him. I know a lot of prayers are going on for all the people, all the monks, nuns in Kopan who have gotten COVID. I think there's more monks because there's more crowded. The nuns have done a bit of a better job. But Geshe-la he went back to visit his uncle who's sick and his father, and ended up getting COVID. And I'm just hoping he's going to have a full, swift recovery. O Mani Padme Hung, great loving victorious one, Arya sublime compassion eye looking one, wrathful victorious Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara and so forth, objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an Asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right times, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harm of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of compassion and love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. So before we do the dedication prayers, so bringing His Holiness, His blessings here. Om Dare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Dare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Dare Tutare Ture Soha. So before we do our dedication, just wanted to mention I have a class, Buddhism in a Nutshell, starting this next week, a series for our Brazil Center in Rio. I think all of these are on my website if you're interested in that overview of the philosophy. And then there's a bunch of other things. This next weekend is a death and rebirth class as well. If you're interested in that, feel free to join us. And investing all of the positive energy that we have created, whatever energy, whatever merit we have created from doing these practices, let's invest it in our own swift enlightenment so we can really be of the most benefit to all sentient beings. For Geshe Sherup's full swift healing and all the other people who have COVID all over the planet, may those who have recently died of COVID immediately take a precious human rebirth where they can quickly get enlightened to benefit all living beings. And may all the numbers start to go down, especially in the countries like India, Nepal, where it's really spreading quickly right now. May they be able to get a handle on this illness as quickly as possible. And also I want to dedicate to Nina Valchor, Sunny's sister from the Shanti Deva Center, who passed away in this 49-day period, and many other beings really critically in pain. Ross Lasley, Jody Galt, Joanne Lempson, who is in California struggling with heart failure and who's connected to Vajrapani Institute. Janchu Sencho Rinpoche Ma ke panam ke gyochi ke panyam pa me pa yi gone gondu pelwar sho. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may it always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. And let's do this profound dedication with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Any understanding you have of emptiness, please reflect for a moment. Continuing on, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. And the long life prayers for His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So I'd like to thank all of you for joining. Welcome, Venerable Tendrin has joined us, passing the baton to her. Please be well, and look forward to seeing you soon. I hope you're well, Venerable Tendrin.
I am good.
Good retreat?
Yes, good retreat. And I've just been visiting people who are fully vaccinated, like my 92-year-old stepmom.
Oh, wow. Wow. In
In
New Orleans?
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. Enjoy. Thank you. Nice to see you.
See you soon. Okay. So keeping with the energy that's been going on since, I don't know, 12 hours ago, maybe, a little longer. We're really trying to keep in mind our interconnection, our interdependence with all sentient beings. It's never been more obvious in my lifetime with this pandemic, in the mundane ways of not having all the products we're used to being able to easily obtain. But because of all the illness around the world, all sorts of things have been disrupted. And that's because people are sick all around the world. So really keeping in mind that we're surrounded by all these sentient beings that we're dependent upon, that depend on us. In particular, imagining all the people who are right now suffering from this illness, suffering from any illness, all those struggling with poverty, with war, with the elements like earthquakes and floods, fires. As much as you can, try to visualize real people, people you know, people you've seen on TV, just to have a real sense of this family of sentient beings. And of course, our loved ones are near us, but also the people that we don't get along with, the people who annoy us, who don't like us, whom we disagree with. Place them in front, sitting in front of us, all of us sitting in the same direction. Remembering that we are trying to do these prayers to engage in the activity of enlightened beings to help us with this pandemic, with all the sufferings of samsara. And then imagine our teachers in the space in front of all of us, looking upon us with eyes of compassion, only wanting the best for us, wanting to help us find the path to happiness, free from suffering. And imagine that in this space in front is a large jeweled throne supported by 8 great lions, on top of which is a seat of a variegated lotus and moon and sun mandala. On top of these sits the essence of our own root gurus and the aspect of the conqueror, Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his body is the purest gold. He has a Upanisha on the top of his head, one face, two arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth, and his left is in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light, and he sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Surrounding him are the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and hosts of dharma protectors and guardians. In front of each of these holy beings, on a faultless throne, sits the dharma explained by them in the form of text having the nature of light. Feel very strongly that you're in the presence of your teachers, the presence of enlightened beings who understand and accept us just as we are. He strongly wishes to help us reach the state beyond sorrow, the state of enlightenment. At this time, we've received perfect human rebirths, qualified by the 8 freedoms and 10 richnesses, which we know are difficult to find. And we can use this to attain a good future rebirth, liberation, and even enlightenment. But from beginningless time until now, all of us, all these sentient beings around us, ourselves, have been experiencing the various sufferings of samsara again and again, numberless times. Who has the power to protect us from all these sufferings? Only the enlightened ones abiding in front of us. Since we must achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, we'll go for refuge to those who lead us in this path. So using the text by the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease, that kind, precious Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche advised us to recite for the benefit of all those who are sick from this pandemic, who are suffering due to the pandemic for whatever reason. I go for refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So the refuge field now dissolves into light, absorbs up into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. The throne of the Buddha dissolves into light, which absorbs up into the lotus, sun, and moon. The Buddha seated on these comes to the crown of your head and dissolves into blissful golden light. This golden light pours down into you, blessing your body, speech, and mind. Now, imagine in front of you, in front of all these sentient beings surrounding us, a 1,000-armed Chenrezig arises. Chenrezig is the embodiment of all the Buddhas compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and a moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful and decorated with magnificent jeweled ornaments. Now, keeping your visualization of sentient beings around you, visualize rays of light emanating from Chenrezig's heart, entering all sentient beings to the crowns of their heads, freeing us from the causes of suffering and filling us with the causes of happiness. So while we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can hold those beings that we're particularly concerned for, that we have a karmic connection for in our hearts, receiving this blissful light from Chenrezig, as well as all other sentient beings around us. All Geshe Sherab is in the hospital now, who some of you may know. All the monks and nuns in Kopan, Dharamsala, and Sarah, and all the other monasteries in South India, and all of India itself, Nepal, Brazil, all these places where they haven't got a handle on this virus at all, but they have limited means to provide protection. So we're going to strongly rely on the compassion of Chenrezig, of all the Buddhas, to help us. So we'll recite this mantra for about 5 minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. So now we'll recite the prayer. Again, we strengthen your resolve that we're doing these prayers for all sentient beings, particularly those who are suffering from this pandemic, those who have recently passed away, and all suffering sentient beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now feel really good. Rejoice that you've been doing these practices, these prayers for all sentient beings, reciting Chenrezig's mantra. Of course, all the Buddha's enlightened beings are always around us, helping us as soon as the cause has been created. Doing these practices bring them closer to our hearts. Just so that we have a real understanding that they're here, so we can rejoice that we've taken the time to do this, not for ourselves, but for all suffering sentient beings. So we'll start with Shantideva's, some of his prayers from his dedication chapter. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvest. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world. May they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merit and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by me and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. Due to emptiness, the reality of emptiness, this is why we can eliminate the causes of our suffering. And for the long lives of our precious teachers, first for His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So we rejoice and wait for Venerable Rabina, who's on. I pass the baton to next. So, hi, Patty. I hope you are all safe and doing well. Oh, I'm tired. Tired, so hard. Tired, so hard. Tired, so hard. Tired, so hard. Tired.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Venerable.
Good morning, afternoon, and evening. Dearest Venerable Tendra, I'm a bit late, I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem.
You can't hear me. Here I am. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Venerable. I'm so sorry I'm late. I do everything to the edge. Hello, everybody. In Singapore, in Wales, in Amsterdam, wherever you are, in Australia, in good old UK, Viva. Hello, Viva. Okay, darling people. All right, let's invoke Lama Chenrezig, create the cause to become Chenrezig ourselves, and do exactly what Chenrezig does, which is benefit all sentient beings, driven by, as Lama Zopa says, unbearable compassion. You can only imagine, you know. All right. There you go. Okay, now my sound is up. Okay, wait a second. What am I doing? You can just sit there and begin to imagine Lama Chenrezig. All right. Okay. So just to remind us, you know, the Buddha, the word Buddha is referring, actual meaning is the Dharmakaya, they call it in Sanskrit, which is the actual enlightened consciousness. So well and truly they're past beyond needing any kind of body, you know. They finished all that. But driven by compassion, this is what made them become a Buddha. It's the wisdom that enabled them to do the job, but what drove them to want to do it is compassion. And what drives a Buddha is compassion. But there's also the power to do so. There's these three qualities: the compassion to want to help others, the wisdom to know how, and the power to do so. So Chenrezig is the compassion. What aspect of compassion? And so this body we're visualizing is a subtle body, the subtle light body, the so-called Sambhogakaya, or enjoyment body. That's the one that the Arya Bodhisattvas can see in their meditation, or can see in reality. I mean, Lama Tsongkhapa received all his teachings directly from Manjushri in the Sambhogakaya form. Then you have the Nirmanakaya, and Shakyamuni Buddha is an example of that, the one behind me. So we're visualizing the Sambhogakaya, the subtle light body. And this is from Tantra, so it's radiant and blissful, has a different aspect than Shakyamuni Buddha. Radiant, beautiful. And they always say about the Buddhas in the prime of their youth, totally gorgeous. Male aspect, peaceful aspect. You're sitting cross-legged on a multicolored lotus. On the lotus, you imagine there's a sun disk and a moon disk, which represent wisdom and compassion. And the sky in front of you. Everything's crystal clear. Blissful face, so beautiful, you can imagine, utterly beautiful. And if we really have enough kind of confidence in the presence of Buddha, the meaning of Buddha, then we'll, you know, imagine him as utterly full of infinite, unbelievable compassion and love just for us. I think we can't imagine. I mean, the degree to which we can imagine someone loves us is only the degree to which we can imagine love, you know. We can't conceive of the level of infinite good qualities in a Buddha, because there's not a single scrap of negativity left. Our love and compassion are confined by our attachment and our fears and our dramas and our ignorance. So our mind's so limited even in what we can imagine. So do our best. Get confidence from it. All Buddhas have all the same aspect, but they have different qualities, but they all show these different aspects. So Chenrezig showing the aspect of this peaceful, sweet nature, infinite love and compassion. So he's got 4 hands. 2 in the front are holding what they call a wish-fulfilling jewel. A long time ago before this planet, when a human birth, I think, there was such a thing. They talk about this. And his other 2 hands held aloft, each one holding a lotus, one holding a rosary, crystal rosary. Everything's made of light. And this bodhisattva style, so this kind of 5-pointed, looks like a tiara really on the front of his head. And then his hair partially held up in a top knot. And then sort of bejeweled like you see in the pictures. And throat, upper arms, neck. And yeah. Radiantly beautiful, full of totally blissful, clear, light. So if we have a spiritual teacher, then it's their mind. There's no difference. There can't be a Buddha without the Guru, and there can't be the Guru without the Buddha. We've got to think about that. There's some logic to that. And this makes it very personal for us. We've each got our own Chenrezig. So then at Lama Chenrezig's brow is a white Om. At his throat, a red Ah. At his heart, a blue Hum. These 3 Sanskrit syllables. And then light goes out from the Hum. So we've set up the visualization. What they call this is the commitment being. It's called that. It's our visualization. And we're kind of imagining it's sort of like pretend in a way. So what we're going to do is from the heart, from the blue Hum at the heart, light goes out to all the 10 directions, hooking. We're kind of invoking, we're requesting all the actual Buddhas, the actual Chenrezigs from around the universe to come and absorb into our visualization, making it real. These are called the wisdom beings. So we invite the wisdom beings to come. The light goes out and hooks the energy of all the Chenrezigs, bringing their energy back and absorbing back into our back into the Hung at the heart and making our visualization the embodiment of all the Chenrezigs in the universe. So radiant. Zahung Bam Ho. They become non-dual. And now we imagine suffering sentient beings. In the entire universe, there are Buddhas and then everybody else. And among all the everybody else, there are those who realize emptiness and those who haven't. And those who haven't are in samsara. And there's all these different realms, especially coming from the Indian approach. Those are the subtlest ones in the deepest samadhi, who've still got ignorance, haven't removed those sufferings, have removed the subtle levels of suffering, but not the grossest, but not the subtlest. And then you've got all the others, different realms of existence in samsara. And we think in particular, but we see them all in the form of humans, which is the form they can get enlightened in. So we think in particular, of course, all those who've got COVID, continuing to suffer so badly in countries like India and Nepal. We discovered like 1/3 of the Kopan monks have got COVID, something like that. What happened? Okay. Niraj, Niraj, mute yourself, Niraj, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. So now we visualize all these sentient beings in the form of humans, but we imagine that from all the realms of existence, all the formless realm and the form realm, the God realms, the humans, the animals, the spirits and the hell beings, all beings of the universe, each of them experiencing their own sufferings, each of them with their own sufferings due to their own past actions, pervading the universe, but in the form of humans. And then in the forms we see them in, which is good for our mind, is to see them as all our friends, enemies, and strangers. So 99.999% of all these beings, of course, are strangers. They've neither harmed nor helped us that we can remember in this life. And then there are beloveds, and they're all. So first of all, the enemies right in front of us, the objects of our aversion, right in front of us. people at the moment who are unkind to us, or the boss, maybe the family. We have aversion for them. They've hurt us. We don't like them. Right in front of us. Then to the left, our beloveds, the objects of our attachment, our beloveds. And then everywhere else, the strangers, to the right and above, to the right, to the left, below, behind, and in front, as far as the horizon goes, all the other beings in the form of strangers. So we think these beings are exactly like us, not a fraction of difference, insofar as they only want happy feelings and do not want suffering feelings. And they are equal to each other in this way also. Each one identically wants happiness, doesn't want suffering. This is scientifically true. And they're also equal in their capacity to become a Buddha. Minds, by definition, possess Buddha nature. That's it. No choice. Why? Because delusions are adventitious. Delusions are not intrinsic. Delusions are not integral to who we are. Delusions are like pollution in the water. They're additives. Kind of, they've always been there, so they can't be additives, but they're extra. They're not necessary. And Buddha has found that we can remove them. That's his major finding. So that means we'll possess the potential to be free of suffering and its causes, which means a Buddha. So now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately, well, actually first, no, let's take refuge first together. Take refuge, all take refuge together. We imagine all of them with us, all together, we take refuge. We've got this prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge or rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we visualize Lama Chenrezig so compassionately, powerfully, sending radiant beams of white light from his brow that enter into our brow and the brow of all the suffering beings, especially with COVID. Right now, all the suffering humans with COVID-19. But also all of us experiencing the environmental result, that we have to be cautious and can't stay close to each other because of the problem. This is the karmic result too. And so purifying the sickness, and then everybody else purifying all the physical suffering, all the terrible suffering of all the humans and animals that we get because we've got bodies. All the suffering, purifying this totally and utterly. But crucially also purifying the causes of all this terrible suffering, which is past harming of sentient beings, in particular killing with our bodies, harming each other, killing, harming sentient beings. Purifying all of this white light, utterly filling us, every one of these suffering sentient beings and us. As we say the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And now from our hearts, we can recite this prayer a few times. Strong aspirations. Prayer, prayer sometimes is directly talking to the Buddha. Sometimes it's may, these aspirations. May this happen. May I become enlightened. May sentient beings not suffer. May this happen. May that. Aspirations, they're like positive thoughts. And every thought we have leaves imprints in the mind. No thoughts go astray. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of depriving the body and mind of every happiness. Be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Maybe unmute. Unmute yourself, darling. Mute yourself, mute. Mirjam. Thank you. There you go. Thank you, darling. So now we can again visualize. Let's again visualize one more time. Lama Chenrezig purifying the body. And then we'll do the rest of the meditation later. So again from his heart, and he's continuing to do this all the time. Lama from his brow. Lama Chenrezig sends radiant beams of white light that enter the brows of all beings, all the suffering beings, us as well as all those suffering with COVID, but everybody else as well, all experiencing the suffering of the bodies. And then purifying also the causes, past harming with our bodies, in particular killing. Imagining this so strongly, wanting to purify, wanting all beings to be free of suffering, wanting all beings to be free of the causes of suffering. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Strongly visualizing as we say in the mantra. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. So from our hearts again, these aspirations. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So I'm really imagining all the people in the world right now, especially India, apparently, so much suffering, and all the difficult, and also all the difficulty of the karma of us sentient beings who don't have the karma to be able to find the medicine. You know, there's plenty of medicine in some places, but not in others. There's plenty of doctors in some places, but not in others. You know, this is due to this, our suffering karma, that we can't have access to what we need. Can't get oxygen, can't get the tablets, can't get the drugs, you know, can't get the doctors. Have so much compassion. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Again, we see Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sending from his brow the powerful laser beams of white light that enter our brow and the brows of all the suffering beings with COVID, and but everybody else as well who's suffering from sickness and all the causes, purifying all of this and purifying all the causes. Imagine them being free of the suffering, the joy, the relief of that. But not only that, purifying all the past causes, the killing and so on. Strongly wanting this, visualizing this, imagining this. The light coming, entering everybody, relieving them of suffering and its causes. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So now we visualize, we'll do more of the meditation, purifying also speech and mind. So we visualize Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sending now from his throat red light, laser beams of red light that enter our throats and all the throats of all the suffering sentient beings. And this time purifying all the suffering of negative speech, the results of it. So for all of us, especially as humans, you know, the results of negative speech, such as lying. This is that we people don't believe our words. Or, for example, the past karma of gossiping is that no one gives pays any attention to our words. No one gives our words any power. Our words have no interest to people. We're just not taken seriously. This karma we know. This is something very powerful. Purifying all of that. Or, for example, even the environmental result, you know, of harsh speech is that nothing can grow. You're born in a desert, you know. All these results, karmically, the experience similar to the cause, and the environmental results. All of these, purifying all of this. And of course, purifying the tendencies to lie, you know, use harsh language, talk about people behind their backs, creating disharmony, or just chatting about nothing, rabbiting on about nothing, you know, gossip. All of this, purifying all of this karma and all the suffering results of this, environmentally, for example, for all sentient beings. You know, you might even be born an insect in this life, but you've got the environmental result of negative speech in a past life, so you live in a desert, you know. Imagining this, wanting this, especially for all of us, this red light filling us completely, purifying the negative speech of karma, the negative karma of speech. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So now we visualized Lama Chenrezig sending from his heart, in the center of his chest, from the blue hung, he sends radiant beams of blue light. This time, purify our minds, purify all the suffering, all the delusions, the ego grasping, the attachment, this bottomless pit of emotional hunger to get what we want, all the suffering of this dissatisfaction, all the anger, all the other delusions, you know, that run our minds, all sentient beings, purifying all of these, the causes. These are the causes of why we do things with our body and speech to harm others. Imagining this totally purified, full of this blissful blue light. Every mind of every being free of the delusions. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 A few more prayers. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May all whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now we'll do one more time the meditation, this time imagining receiving all the realizations. Now we've purified, we imagine we've purified, all beings are purified, and now we visualize receiving all the realizations. So again, from Lama Chenrezig's heart, so compassionately he sends this white light from his brow, from the white Om. And this enters our brow and the brow of all the suffering beings, those with COVID and everybody else. And this time it completely fills us, because we've imagined we've purified last time. And now we visualize receiving all the marvelous qualities of an enlightened body, such that, for example, this body right now, can you imagine, would not harm any being. Imagine full of, if the delusions have gone, there's no possibility to harm. So imagine full of this blissful white light and the power to only benefit others with our bodies. Right in this life, whoever sees us, hears us, may they benefit from our presence. And then, of course, as a Buddha, the ability to manifest in countless bodies, to be of benefit to suffering sentient beings, full of all these amazing qualities. Imagine every single being receiving this white light. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends from his throat the red R at his throat that enters our throats and instantly fills us with all the power of speech. This is the most important, the most powerful thing, the main gift of the Buddha, you know, is the power of speech. And we need this in our lives. We need speech. We need people to believe us. We need people to trust our words. We need people to listen to us. We need people to do our wishes if we request something. This comes from purified speech. So imagine we've completely purified our speech, all beings in the universe, this red light filling us, full especially the power of speech, such that any word we say can be of benefit to sentient beings, especially giving them a spiritual advice. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And now Lama Chenrezig, so Guru Chenrezig, so compassionately sends this light from his heart, the blue light, the blue Hung, and here now filling us, every one of us, purifying, filling us with all the qualities of a Buddha, all the qualities of liberation, all the qualities, our good qualities. These are at the core of our being. The delusions have gone, we imagine. So now wisdom that sees reality as it is. Love, compassion, all these qualities, these are at the core of our being. These are indestructibly who we are. These can never be removed. They're the nature of mind. Full of this marvelous blue light, filling every single one of us. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, and dharma protectors, and the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dakas, dharma protectors, and guardians, and the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now finally we just visualize Lama Chenrezig sending all these three lights together. And this time receiving every one of us, the white to the brow, red to the throat, blue to the heart. And this time we are visualizing, imagining we've even now achieved Buddhahood, removing even the subtlest imprints from our minds and achieving omniscience, achieving Buddhahood. All beings, our natural potential fulfilled. Imagining this. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So now we imagine that Lama Chenrezig comes and sits above every single Guru Avalokitesvara, we'll call him his Sanskrit name as well. Guru Avalokitesvara. He comes and sits above the crown of every single one of us, every being in the universe. Imagine Avalokitesvara sitting above our crowns. And now we visualize he very happily dissolves into white light so delightedly and absorbs through our crowns, every single one of us. And we imagine the body, speech, and mind of our guru, and the body, speech, and mind of Avalokitesvara, and our body, speech, and mind completely merge, become one. Imagine this, all of us, full of this blissful energy of Avalokitesvara. And then just about a minute or 2 minutes, we just imagine we expand to fill the universe. Completely blissful, completely clear, and no thoughts, no thoughts. And then we finish. We just think. For the if it's the evening for us, then we gotta go to even for the rest of the day, whatever how many few hours are left for us. So it's the beginning of the day. We try to be like the Buddha, be like bodhisattvas, and use our body and our speech for others. Thinking our body and our speech is for the sake of others, and our mind is our mind. We watch it like a hawk every second. That makes every single second of our day. There's who's that? That's Raffaello.
Yeah. Hello.
You're taking over from me, are you?
Sorry?
You're taking over from me, yeah?
Yeah. I was checking.
Good. Hello, everybody. And Niraj, are you in India, Niraj? Who is Niraj? I haven't seen you before. Hello, happy to see you. Welcome. And everybody on YouTube that I can't see. And everybody, so we continue this amazing practice, everybody. Goodbye. We leave it, I hand it over to my dear friend in Italy, right?
Yeah, here.
Much love, everybody.
Thank you.
So much. Goodbye.
Ciao.
Thank you, Venerable.
Thank you, Venerable.
Ciao, everybody. Okay. So, if you want to continue with me, you are welcome. Otherwise, I should be supposed to speak in Italian, but I think most of you don't know Italian, so maybe better I go through English. But it's up to you. You have not any obligation to stay, okay? But if you stay, then welcome very much. Okay. So doesn't matter. Now we start making a few minutes of just stay together with ourselves, and so relaxing the body, relaxing the mind. So we take the position of meditation, and just invite the awareness to come in our body and feel our body for a few minutes. We just feel our body. After being relaxing our body, then we invite our mind to be here and now and not wandering around, but to stay together with our body in the present. And we just stop feeding our conceptualization regarding the past, the future, projects, and just we give a gift to ourselves to stay here and now for a few minutes. With a mind that is more calm, focused, now we try to check our motivation. If the motivation is already good, we just increase it. If not, we just try to make it a better one. The good one is to think of next lives, not only this life. And so to practice in order to collect positive merit, positive energy, and to decrease our defilements, our mistakes. Better than this is our motivation, having realized that our existence, in this present one, in the past one, the future one, till we remain under the influence of karma and defilements, will be always under frustration, suffering. That is opposite what we are hoping. So motivation to get out from this existential nightmare. The best motivation, the supreme one, is to attain a state of mind that allowed us to help all others, starting from the people near us, the people we love, but also the people we love and will be loved from the past, and the people we are going to love and will be loved in the future. We cannot abandon them. They've been so kind to us. Without us, nothing can do. Without others, we cannot survive. So others are precious, same like Buddhas, no difference. 50-50. And our happiness depends on by helping others. That's the real happiness. So we try to focus on this motivation, mainly on this motivation for this session of meditation. So motivation that is altruistic motivation and thinking about other in general and in specific, but this pandemic disease, that making so much problem, so much concern, so much worry, so much suffering. So in front of us, we think about the refuge, object of refuge. And if we can imagine to have Chenrezig himself, so the Buddha of compassion, 4 arms, 2 legs, 2 are just folding with is keeping a precious gem, and the other 2, one is holding a rosary, the other one is holding a lotus flower. And so we take refuge because to become Buddha, we need to be motivated by the good thing for the others, and we need the Buddhas. We need both to become Buddha. So we take refuge. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idam, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idam, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we recite the mantra. So by reciting the mantra, we think that incredible light beams coming from the heart of Chenrezig and then pervading our body and the body of all the sentient beings just around us and just cleaning our body and our mind and giving energy. So we think about that while reciting. If our mind wanders around, when we notice that with a very soft attitude towards ourselves, we just go back to the main subject, reciting the mantra and visualizing the purification we are going through. Om mani padme 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 Om mani padme. Om mani padme 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 Om mani padme. Okay, with keeping the same attitude, we've been keeping our heart, you know, the right motivation. Now we go to the actual prayer, and we're going to recite 3 times. And sorry for my very broken English when I'm reading, but you know, I'm sure that you will forgive me for that. And the main thing is the meaning of the prayers. May all diseases that sadden the minds and of sentient being, the result from karma and temporary condition, such as the karma of greater spirit, illness, and the Buddhas now occur in the realm of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be numbed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbance of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Guru of the 3 Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all this dedication prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds and of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary condition, such as the harm of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Male or embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, and so they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Male or embodied beings being harmed by the 80,000 class of interference. There's 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and the mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini Dharma protection and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all this dedication and prayers be fulfilled. And we are going to recite a third time, so in order to really to mix our mind with that, and yeah, and maybe we discover by reading once again something profound. May all the diseases that sadden the minds and sentient beings that result from karma and temporal conditions, such as the harm of Grata spirit, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, and though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and the mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Guru and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini Dharma protection and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all this dedication and praise be fulfilled. So now that having done this prayer, we have in front of us Chenrezig, still there watching us. It didn't go away. Maybe we forget about it, but it's still there, watching us, and with an attitude of love and compassion, without any judgment, only desires our happiness. So we imagine that it just moves up to our head. It just become very small, like a thumb of a hand, and then by the crown of our head, just emerging ourselves till reaching our heart. And when reaching our heart, it's just simply melting our mind, and our mind and this mind became the same substance, the same taste, and we just stay for a while like that, just for a while. By doing that, now we do dedication, and so the merits that we accumulate, we dedicate, of course, for the benefit of all sentient beings. So due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigrated beings without a exception to that state. And not only that, but we dedicate also in order to make our mind that is desiring to become a Buddha to be very strong and improve and become stronger and stronger and good one. And then we dedicate, of course, for the long life of our precious Guru. That is the way the Buddha manifests. The only way to manifest to us is through the Gurus. There is no another way, because we have not the karma, we have not the way, the ability to perceive directly the Buddhas. That's the point. And so it can manifest like a guru. And we have to dedicate for their long life, and dedicate in order we have always they're present with us, because without gurus we cannot proceed along the path. So we dedicate also for their long life. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Irene. Thank you, Carol. And now there is another Carol. we should substitute me, and then just yeah, and so we go on like that. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, so welcome everyone to the next session. This is also a big thanks to Chenrezig Institute and everyone who keeps, all the Sangha, all the volunteers who keep this prayerathon going. It's amazing and so badly needed right now. I was just reflecting on the past couple weeks, how we're, hearing of just more dire situations in India. We've had word from Kopan in Nepal, and one of our dear teachers visits Sechenling Geshe Sherab is in the hospital with COVID. His brothers are ill. And so I just wanted to dedicate this session especially to all the monks and nuns who are experiencing the disease now, and just for the monasteries to be able to overcome, to survive this, so that the disease, COVID, doesn't spread any more than it has. So I will say that I feel like with everyone I've talked to and with my own life, this has been a very challenging week or two. It seems like just crazy things are happening, and a lot of difficulties, a lot of obstacles for everyone. And maybe it's just, being dealing with the pandemic for so long, but it seems like a bit of a spike lately. So let's just take this time to, to calm our minds and to really offer some sincere prayers for a change in these circumstances, that we might get past this difficulty, that everyone who's suffering will understand, remember impermanence, remember that there is, there's no, there is nothing permanent, nothing, well, there are some permanent things, but this suffering is not permanent. The Buddha gave us an end to the suffering. So let's just bring the attention to the breath for a moment. I'm just thinking about these precious teachings from the Buddha, reminding us that all beings want to be free from suffering and have happiness, just as we do. And with all the craziness going on and things happening so much out of our control, so much suffering, so many difficulties, just remembering that there is an end to this suffering. And that by following this path the Buddha gave us, the Buddha laid out for us, the Buddha showed us, we can accomplish that end. And then just thinking that if I do this just for myself, that it leaves every other sentient being suffering in this cyclic existence. And so just generating the wish that I really want to attain enlightenment, but not just for myself, because I want to be able to benefit all sentient beings, to help them also attain enlightenment. So making that our motivation, our wish at the moment. I'm just remembering this is the best and highest motivation. This is bodhicitta, and this creates the cause for enlightenment. So it's really good to sit with this thought, this wishing motivation, to become really familiar so that we can bring this motivation to mind easily and as much as possible. This bodhicitta motivation completely destroys the self-cherishing mind. And with our misconceptions of reality, we cling to that self-cherishing, thinking that that's the way to happiness, but it's only the way to suffering. It only brings us suffering. So just thinking about that for a moment. And then resting in this bodhicitta, making that determination, making that our motivation for this session, that we're going to meditate, recite this prayer, and really do all of this so that we might attain enlightenment to benefit every sentient being, help them reach that same goal of enlightenment. So let's, with the same motivation of bodhicitta, of really wishing for the state of enlightenment to benefit others, let's reflect on this motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now, as we get ready to recite the mantra of Chenrezig, this holy being, the embodiment of compassion, let's just do a little visualization, seeing ourselves seated just on the ground in a meadow. You can imagine it's a lovely green place. And we've got friends and family to either side of us, and then just around, kind of sitting in a circle. Just envision all beings in human form, just seated comfortably. Everyone sitting harmoniously, not feeling crowded or disturbed in any way. And just imagine every sentient being is there, and in the center, above our crowns, is an aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. You can imagine Chenrezig as white light. If you can remember, there's a 1,000-arm aspect of Chenrezig. Just reaching out to benefit each and every sentient being. Or you can visualize like a 4-arm Chenrezig. Whatever's easier for you. If it's difficult to have any visualization, you can just imagine this radiant white light and this being of compassion just embodied in this beautiful white light. And just imagine that as we recite this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, rays of light radiating out from Chenrezig, enter our crown, and begin to just fill our bodies with this compassionate energy. Just eliminating all the suffering, enabling us to really hold this compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme, Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, So just continue this visualization and just imagine yourself being filled with this radiant white light from Chenrezig's holy body. Just entering your crown, filling your body, eliminating all the suffering and the suffering of all sentient beings. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme,